with what the Act says, what the regulations propose. And so we're going to now use that. And, I was wondering because I'm not presenting and you guys are looking there. I didn't know that I was shining there. But what she gave us is a very good, framework for analysis. So let's use that so that we look at this document in great detail. Let's not flip through it, because at the end of the day, our recommendations are going to make a big difference in how civil society engages moving forward. So without further ado, I like saying that, so I'm going to stop saying it. Okay, now, tusonge tumbele. Florence, please come. Florence is a wealth of knowledge, but also a wealth of expertise. You can have knowledge, but you've got no expertise. Or you can have knowledge, you've got no skill. But Florence brings us that, and she's going to build on what Faith did yesterday. So let's listen to her, and she'll direct us on how we're going to take the day forward. Actually, before you come, sorry for calling you prematurely, we're going to do one quick thing that I was just about to forget. We're going to do a quick recap. Yeah? Is that Miss Mercy? Hello, my relative. We're going to do a quick recap, and I'd like to... Okay, so I'm told the rapporteur is on the way. So we're going to do this recap. We'll be adaptable, so we'll do the recap when she comes, because we need her to give us the content. But just to take us there, I just want one person who can give me like a quick 2 sentences of what we did yesterday. And there'll be a gift for you. One person from the floor, and if we can get the online people, we get one person online, just to give us a quick overview, and there'll be a gift. Mercy was not here yesterday, so she'd like to hear, before the rapporteur comes, in just 2 quick sentences, tell Mercy what we did. Mercy, this is for you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Just introductions. My name is Paul Mugi, from United Disabled Persons of Kenya. Yesterday, we mostly started with introduction, and we had we were told on the history of the Public Benefits Organization Act. And then we also did a review of the Public Benefits Organization regulations and compared it with the Act, which was a good thing. And then also we had a financial analyst come to tell us on the tax reviews and on the financial things we have to know about the financial uses in the public benefits organizations in the reviews, in the acts and regulations. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. I think he did a good job of telling us what we did yesterday. Online, who's getting us an online speaker? Huh? Unmute, yes. Whoever is online, please unmute and speak. No one wants to speak online. We're being inclusive here, but
I would like to talk.
Oh, very good. Please introduce yourself and tell us in 2 sentences what we did yesterday. We're waiting.
Oh yes, I am David Ngige from Dutch Open Waste Management, a circular economy organization from Trans Nzoia County. Yesterday, the introduction was very good. Was very good because we came to learn more about climate and circular economy on my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will do a deeper recap when the rapporteur comes. But for now, so that we make some economy of time, Florence, please come and guide us so that we get to work.
Good morning. We have some new faces. Apart from, I'm hoping that you'll be able to catch up. I don't like this. I move around a lot. People have different habits. I don't know how to be, I feel my space is limited and I need to see everyone. So, it's on. Yeah. Okay, so today we have a very interesting exercise, but before we start, I would just want to have a few questions for you. It may sound rhetoric, but what are we doing here? What are we doing here for these 3 days? Can someone tell me? Yes.
Thank you. I think we are trying to deepen our understanding in regards to the PBO Act, how its legal environment, and how we can adapt with it moving forward.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do we have anyone with a, you have something? Okay.
As PBOs to be, we are reviewing the regulations, and the hope is at the end then we can inform it better.
You are reviewing the regulation?
We are looking at the PBO regulations, and
PBO.
the hope is that at the end, then as stakeholders, we can submit our thinking to better the PBO regulations.
You can submit your thinking. Where are you going to submit that thinking?
There is public participation for the PBO regulations.
Public
so
participation.
We'll have, the hope is that we'll have our submissions submitted as part of that process.
Okay. We are going to submit our thoughts in public participation, isn't it? You know, yesterday, the director, the DG, he pulled a Ruto. He said, on 19th, we will be in. Hamukusikia your roadmap? You know, Ruto has that rhetoric of saying, barabara hii, kwenda barabara hii, barabara. So he pulled a Ruto and nobody laughed at the joke. I was a bit disappointed. It was serious. Oh, there were other serious things. So he pulled a Ruto by saying that on 19th, where are we going to be? No. Garissa. Then I noticed they are skipping a day. So if they're in Garissa on 19th was on a Thursday, yeah? Then on Monday, the 23rd, where are we? Meru. Aye. Hey, a clap for him. After the 23rd, 24th, 25th, where are we on the 25th? Huh? Nyeri was 23rd. Moranga. You can pull out the Mwakenya. Yes, there's the notice. Who has the legal notice? Please open it up and tell us. And it is important because our exercise for today, if we do not know where we are going to take those views, it will be almost an exercise in futility, isn't it? Aha, now read to us. Someone give him a mic so that we know, we identify with where we are going when we leave this room. A mic, please, for him. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. So we are starting at Garissa at today, June 19th.
Okay.
Then on June 23rd, that will be on Monday, we go to Meru.
Meru.
Then
That's-
when it,
Yeah. 19th is tomorrow, by the way.
Oh,
Usiturukishe sana. I was starting to think it's me. Uh-huh.
So then June 25th is in Nyeri.
Uh-huh.
It's going to deal with Kiambu, Kirinyaga, Nyeri, Nyandarua, Moranga.
Okay.
And then we have Machakos, June 27th. Then we have June 30th in Mombasa, July 3rd in Lamu, July 7th in Turkana, July 8th in Eldoret, July 10th in Kakamega,
Yeah.
July 14th in Kisumu, July 16th in Nakuru, and finally July 18th in Nairobi.
Nairobi.
Yes.
So, have you, yes,
And you also mentioned there is
the special group.
persons with
Yes,
disability and special needs.
exactly.
The date is not declared for you.
Yes.
Oh, the date is not clear,
Yes.
but they have been provided for a forum. I
Yes.
think that is being organized by CBM, isn't it?
CBM and
Ah, good. So, have you found your place? Maybe the question I need to ask, how many of us have participated in a public participation forum? Oh, I'm glad. What's the practice? Kuna ule amecheka? What is the practice in public participation? And because you are a new face, you say your name and then you give your submission. Yes.
Steve Biko is my name.
Steve, Karibu.
Steve Biko with Advocates for Social Change Kenya. Now, when you say what is a practice, maybe the clarity about it is how it's done or how is it supposed to be done.
Whichever your experience. Let me maybe refrain by saying, please share with us your public participation experience.
Because the normal public participation, the common one, is that I identify persons of my interest, tell them to mobilize a couple of people of their interest within my interest, and then tell them where we are meeting. Then we come, we have the conversation within a specific kind of an interest or focus, and then that is it.
A conversation. That conversation is best. How I would want to know how. Thank you, Biko, and anyone else can share the experience. But I want us to demystify this so that now we are ready for the public participation that has already started. And this is when we are trying to understand the content. Yes, there was a hand here.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Jane from Well. My experience, there were times where you would participate and your views are not included. So what I have done is ensured I'm in a space of similar, like-minded people who we develop a memorandum together and submit that during the public participation. So the saying of what's not documented is not done does not apply then. You won't say I didn't say that, it's documented.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And can you document that which you don't know?
No.
No. And now they're already doing public participation. What do you think is happening in the forum tomorrow? What are those people going? Because when these regulations were out, I don't know how many of you have already gone through it to try and synthesize the information and provide meaningful. Public participation should be called what? Meaningful. So thank you for that. I think she has gone into, the whole of this discussion was, how are we going to go about today? We are going to prepare ourselves to present our submission, okay, to the forums, whatever forum. What happens, I don't know if any of you have ever been part of an analysis of views collected during public participation. You know, when it comes to synthesizing that information, the more voices that say the same thing is the more that item looks like it is what is required, and that is when it is put on the table. I'm saying this and emphasizing because I believe that you belong to a forum, you belong to a bigger group than us in here. If your members have not been part of synthesizing this information, we may have to share our memos as widely as possible so that our views get to the table, okay? Okay, so with that, for today, we want to look at, yesterday, Faith took us through the Act and the regulation, and her methodology, we will maintain it today. She gave us the international principle, you remember? So, if it is in the principle and it is in the Act, find how to maintain it in the regulation. So we are going to maintain that format. We have developed a memorandum template already, which you can enrich. It's just a general template, but mainly what we're going to do, and I'll request that my colleague puts it up so that so our template looks like this, and we are going to fill out this template in our groups, okay? We are going to divide ourselves into, we are so few, I'm almost reducing the groups, maybe to about 3 groups, and we will discuss the different sections. Each group will have different sections, because the document is so big, we cannot be able to finish it within the given period. So submission of views on the draft public participation organizations regulations, those are details that you can customize for your organization. Give us who you are, but we are writing to the executive, actually it's the Director General of PBORA. You insert the name of your organization and you insert the date. Those are details you do later, not in the group. But we want to look at the content of the memo, yeah? So I have tried to put an introduction, which you can customize. Just go up. Then your profile as an organization, where you are, the geographical scope, your focus, what you do, whether you're doing health, you're doing education, you know. Then the general observation, those are some of we can do a summary, but depending on the group, you can see what for you stands out. You know the elephant in the room analogy. I know what stands out for Gladys. Yesterday, her bulb lit up at the end of the day. So if those tax issues stand out for you, make sure that in your general observations, you bring them out. If the issue of registration stands out for you, make sure they stand out in your observation. Just go up. Now, this is where the assignment is, okay? Do we all have a copy of the Act? Soft copy? Yeah, you need to have 2 documents. One, the Act and the regulation. So in our groups, we are going to read the Act and the regulations side by side. Are you getting our assignment? Yes, we are going to read them side by side. So if you find that there's an area that needs, for instance, let me give an example of the registration fee has been put at 20,000. And she said we leave the legalities. Let us try to understand them in our layman language. So in my opinion, I feel 20,000 for my organization is too high, isn't it? So I take that section on the regulation that talks about the fees and state it there. Align it with what is in the PBO Act, and then what is my concern? My concern is that this fee is too high for some of our organization. Can we reduce it to propose, maybe 10,000, 5,000, whatever amount you want to put there that you feel is viable, yeah? So you put your concern is the registration fee. So the proposed amendment, you are proposing that the fee is reduced to 5,000. That is our assignment. Are we together? Paka hapo. Iko swali. Okay, I didn't shrub. Carol is asking me whether I've shrubbed. Ati iko shwari. Apana, niliuliza kama iko swali. Yeah. Do we have any questions up to there? Yes, I see. There is the act and the regulation.
We have not interacted with regulation as such.
We did yesterday.
Oh, those. Oh, yeah. So I think everything is good.
Oh, maybe put for me up one of the presentations, maybe group 4 presentation, so that I show you what I mean, in terms of looking at the act vis-a-vis the regulation and the international standard, which is the principle. Yes.
I'm asking because I'm visually impaired. I cannot recognize when you use some signs to tell me to speak. I'm Lucy Masharia, representing Kiambu Pamoja Trust, and also in an organization for persons with disabilities. Yesterday, there was the issue of registration of persons with disability organizations. And my colleague talked about an article in the current enacted act for persons with disabilities. That is Article 31. Could we please be guided on aligning the same to the other documents that will be being looked into?
Which article? Could you repeat what article you're talking about?
Oh, sorry. Article 31 of the current enacted act for persons with disabilities. I can have somebody assist me read from my iPad here. There are only 3 points.
Okay. Maybe somebody can read for us, but I
So I go ahead and read.
Yes.
Article 31 is on registration of organizations. And part 1 says, the council shall register all organizations of or for persons with disabilities. The second point, all existing organizations of or for persons with disabilities shall, within 12 months after this section comes into operation, apply in the prescribed manner to the council for registration. The third part, notwithstanding the provisions of any other law, organizations of or for persons with disabilities that are registered under this act shall be exempt from registration under the NGOs Coordination Act, Cap 134, and the Societies Act, Cap 108.
Yes, I think that needs to be aligned. Normally, for the persons with, not necessarily just persons with disabilities, special organizations are guided or are, what's the correct word? They come under their parent acts. So, for example, the Law Society of Kenya, you must be registered with the Law Society of Kenya under the Law Society of Kenya Act, and you must get your licensing from there if you want to practice law. But if you want to do other business, for example, you want to be a PBO, then you must register under the PBO Act. That does not negate the fact that you must get your registration from the Law Society Act. But this is unique because the Act clearly states that you're exempt from the NGO Coordination Act, the NGO Act that was repealed by the PBO Act. And so I think that needs to be looked into, because we need to go to the reasoning why was that exemption made, and that would then need to be included in the Act. So that's something that needs to be picked up.
Okay, thank you for the guidance, Carol. It means that is one of the concerns you're going to raise in our memo, isn't it? And quote exactly those sections as you have said them, that this says that, and now we are transiting to a PBO. What does it mean for us?
Just a correction. It's section 35, the new act. The one she was reading unfortunately was the previous act. Yes, so it's section 35, but still has the same. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So at one is
that can come through. Yeah, I'm saying that if you look at the Disability Act 2025, it dives deep into the issues of tax exemption more than PBO articulate. So I'm just trying to say those are further discussion that come on issues of disability and PBO Act. Yeah.
the way that issue of registration stands out for the organizations who are dealing with issues of persons with disability. In your memo, in the comments, that needs to stand out. And also for those who are going to develop our position paper, that information needs to go into our position paper, that as this group, we feel that the issue of double registration needs to be addressed before the regulations are passed.
And not just persons with disabilities. For those who have happened to look at the youth bill, it also speaks about registration of youth-led organizations. If that law passes, it will be in conflict also with the PBO Act.
Okay.
So we need to also check on that aspect, and also any other aspect that their focus area in the organization. Do the other laws speak about registrations?
Thank you.
Yes.
So can you allow me to go through part of the presentation which we'll have in our groups so that we understand how the structure, the flow. So this is, we are dealing with different sections of the regulation. We have 10 sections. Each group is going to deal with about 3 to 4 sections. Okay, go up. Next slide. Yeah, you remember yesterday Faith talked about the principles, the international principles. So on the slides, on the presentation, I have put there that principle to help us see whether it aligns with the act, okay? So like the right to determine purpose and activities. The PBO Act under section 66(1) explicitly permits organization to engage in lawful economic activities, provided that income supports their established public benefit purpose. Okay? So what does the regulation say? The regulation reinforces this provision, while Section 36(2) adds specific requirements including proper licensing, operating in organization's best interest, applying sound financial practices, and using proceeds solely for registered public benefit activities. Now you'll notice that because I was doing an extract, I have not put down the words as they are in the Act and the regulation. So in your groups, you will have to read what the Act says and what the regulations say. Then out of that, tell us, because regulation outlines specific requirements for economic activities, including licensing, best practices, and proper use of procedures. Do we feel that the regulations are okay when it comes to this? If you feel there is an issue, then you need to pick up that issue, and now we put it in our memo template. I can see question marks on some faces. Do we get the flow? Yeah? That you have, in your groups, you have to read the Act, you have to read the regulation, and churn out the issue. But we will be in your groups to assist you to read and see what issues we can pick up from there. Ni sawa hivyo? Go to the next slide, please. You see, like some of the economic activity requirements that have been put in the regulation is proper licensing. Organization must be licensed or authorized by relevant regulatory authorities to engage in specific economic activities, ensuring compliance with sector-specific requirements. For instance, if your organization decides to go into insurance, which regulatory body will you go and register yourself with? Any idea who regulates issues of insurance? Or can we pick another trade? You decide to run matatus. They're a very simple economic activity, isn't it? Your organization can decide to tanunua matatu tuweke route number 46. Which regulatory body regulates that sector? Hakuna mtu ako na matatu hapa? Eh? SACCO. We have SACCOs, isn't it? Yeah, you see the matatus have SACCOs, you're registered, you pay a fee, there's the way they have their whatever. What they're saying, there is no way you're going to run a matatu and you're not licensed to operate based on the industry that you're engaging in. Then sound financial practices. Organization must apply good financial and business practices to avoid exposing themselves to undue risk, maintain financial stability and sustainability, which for us I think is the norm. We are audited as the non-state actors. We maintain books of account. So ukianzisha matatu, watataka kuona vitabu zako na nini, you operate like a normal business. Okay. Then we have organization best interest. All economic activities must operate in the best interest of the organization, supporting rather than distracting from its core vision mission. Then mission aligned use of proceeds. And this is where I think our tax expert touched on yesterday. Whatever income, the regulations clearly are saying, whatever income you get, you have to demonstrate that that income is plowed back into your non-profit activities. Yeah. So do we now understand how we are going to read the regulations? Now, you'll realize that just go up again. Slides, next slide. For instance, when we come to self-regulation, the principle, the international principle is organizations may establish higher standards through voluntary self-regulation and form umbrella groups. Yeah? What does the Act say? The Act says in Section 23 that organization may voluntarily join self-regulating forums which must enter recognition agreements with the authority. And then the regulations say detailed requirements for forum recognition. Actually, the regulations have details on how self-regulation will be. What it says, and this has been one of the things that has been misunderstood, it is not a must for an organization to belong to a self-regulating mechanism. But any self-regulating mechanism, if we go to the next page, has to have a minimum of 10 people. Is that something you're okay with? Iyo ni chama. Iyo ni chama, si ndio? Chama inakuanga, PBOs are registered 12 members. Next slide, please, so that we look at, not that one, the one before, yes. On self-regulation, it talks about minimum membership. It talks about formal application, that if you're a group, for instance, SDG forum, and you want to register as a self-regulating mechanism, you have to approach the PBORA to be registered. Then, related activities. Members must engage in related activity from categories specified in the 6th schedule. You cannot say you belong to a self-regulating mechanism that does not have some internal something that you normally do, isn't it? You must be having meetings, you must be having a structure, a leadership, a framework, supporting documentation. Let me tell you, the devil could be in the detail. Because they're saying supporting applications must include proof of geographical spread. I don't have a problem with that. Meeting minutes. This minutes thing keeps coming up, and Faith warned us yesterday. And this morning, as I was coming here, I was listening to the radio, and the churches are also talking about self-regulation. Self-regulation is an opportunity to avoid state regulation. So this is a section that you have to look at very keenly, because the churches in Rwanda were shut down. Are you aware? Yeah. I belong to a church which our church was shut down in Rwanda, and we are trying to help them, because now the government comes up with their rules. You have to have this number of acres of land, you have to have this number of membership, we have to know who your members are, we need to know who the leaders of this forum are, we need to know, I know some things, we want to know the leadership, what is the level of education. I'm asking, why do you want, let me not be the devil's advocate and swallow that one. It is a point of discussion in your groups. But self-regulation, in my opinion, should not be so detailed as to know everything. So are you self-regulating or are you government regulating? That's my question. Because the role of PBORA is to coordinate, isn't it? To do registration, why are they getting into self-regulation? That is the question I'm asking. And if you don't put it there and put it strongly, that allow us to self-regulate and not get into, you already have details of those who are registered. And we are saying our members are registered with you. Now when it comes to self-regulation, you still want minutes of our meetings. There are things we discuss in our meetings we do not want to get out there, isn't it? Si tunapanganga maandamano kwa mikutano zetu. We allow us to do our thing. So you need to be, they're asking for member certificate. Of course, code of conduct and the standards is one key thing that as CSOs, as we started out, we felt it's important that each self-regulating mechanism should have a code of conduct and a standard. But at what level should it come in? Because we know some people have them. We know we have Viwango standards, we have what standards, but not everybody has prescribed to those standards. At the onset, are you going to say every self-regulating mechanism, before they are accepted, they have to have the code of conduct and the standard? Those are issues you will discuss in the group. So, do you get the drift? Please shake your heads or shake your head the Indian way. Do we get the drift? Yeah, you know, Indians say this and they're saying yes. You're saying no and they think you're saying yes. Yeah, so that's the drift. And because it is a lot, I would beg that we divide ourselves into 3 groups. Huh? How many are we? Jamila, your list today is at how many people? Or there are people who have not signed in? 23. It's a lot. The fewer the better. So we do 4 groups. So 4 groups, and we can do the random 1, 2, 3, 4, isn't it? Yeah, and start here.
Before we do the groupings, we had said there are a few new people, so you don't want to go into the groups with strangers, do we? So let's have the new people introduce themselves before we go into the groups. Yeah? So if you came in today and you're not here yesterday, please raise your hand, and Jamila will be coming to you with a mic. Just tell us your name, your organization, name of the organization only, and one hope you have, either for yourself, for the world, for Kenya, for me. Yeah.
Good morning. My name is Lona Chepsoi. I'm from COVAU, that's Coalition on Violence Against Women. I joined in yesterday, but virtually. Yes, so I'm happy to be here today. My hope today is peace.
Thank you. Someone else who came in today? Oh.
Hello. Yeah, good morning. My name is Johnson Ongan. I am with Champions for SDGs Youth. I wasn't in yesterday. The hope I have is that we are becoming politically woke as a country. So the future is getting brighter. Thank you.
Please define woke. There are people here who know about boom. They need to know what woke is. What is woke?
Woke in the sense young people are getting engaged in the civic processes in the country because any decision affects them.
Thank you. Next.
Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Vincent Ayako. Sorry I was not there yesterday. I had a pressing issue. I come from the Center for Resource Mobilization and Community Development, and my hope for today is justice. As much as we are talking about peace, is there justice for us to realize that peace? Thank you.
Okay. So all of you who need funding, Center for Resource Mobilization. Alete Pesa. Next.
Yes, I was here yesterday.
Did you introduce yourself? You
no.
didn't, yes.
Yes. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Vivian Kigondu. I work for the Fidishiba Stiftung. I was here yesterday, but I think I missed the opportunity to introduce myself. My hope is to see a Kenya that that is very passionate about its people and its citizens.
Okay, thank you. Other right behind you, there's a hand. Morning.
My name is Lydia Gaiterera. I come from an organization called AMCA, Space for Women. Now, AMCA is not an acronym. It is just AMCA as in arise in Kiswahili. My hope for me today is that people may really understand justice and freedom. I came in a cab today, and the driver of the cab said to me, instead of killing that person who was selling masks on the road, the policeman should have given him a few slaps. So it is good for us to understand that the essence of the police, I don't think grown-up people should be given slaps for being on the streets as a form of punishment for whatever the police may be thinking. So I would like to hope for a clearer understanding of justice, freedom, human rights by the majority of us. Thank you.
Thank you. The news yesterday said the gentleman was in critical condition in hospital, so I hope he pulls through. Let's pray he pulls through.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mercy Jelimo with the Center for Rights, Education and Awareness, commonly referred to as CREW. My hope for today and for always is that this country would be a better country for all of us. And it's our responsibility, each one of us, to make our country a better country. Thank you.
Okay. Who else has come in today? Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll come to you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Stephen Kariuki, Mount Kenya Network Forum. I really look forward to a very transparent and just country. I hope we can all work towards that. This regulatory bill that we are discussing is listening from it virtually yesterday and up to today. It has not convinced me that somebody wants to look into something, but they are not saying it directly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. By name, I'm Steve Biko, and I work with Advocates for Social Change Kenya, or ADSOC. And my hope for us today is to have a society where both male and female are valued equally.
Thank you. I think this side we have there's a new person there.
Good morning, everyone. Morning. My name is Mercy Okemo. I work with CRMCD, and Vincent, he's the CEO of CRMCD. I work as a training and program manager. So my hope today is just for a peaceful country and a just country also. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think, have we finished the newcomers for today? We have one more. She's smiling very hard.
Good morning. My name is Joy Mwangi. I work with the Vintage Dreams Africa Development Initiatives. That's VDADI. And I apologize, I wasn't here yesterday. I was held up in a long meeting that took all day. But again, for me, my hope today is an equal society where justice is dispensed regardless of gender, regardless of social strata, so that we can all enjoy the equal rights we advocate for. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we can now go into the groups. Florence will lead us, but all the hopes that have been expressed today, sorry, there's one person. We don't want to leave you unheard.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Grace Juma. I'm with Bunge Mashinani Initiative. Yes, and I'm really grateful and excited to be here and eager to learn more. Thank you.
Okay, so the hopes we've expressed, we are the carriers of that hope as civil society. So where there are gaps in government delivery, we come in strongly and make sure that the hopes we've expressed here today and yesterday come alive for the society for the civil, for everybody in Kenya, because even the government, civil servants are also partakers of the outcomes of our work. So we have a heavy burden to carry, and this act and the regulations must really be fit for purpose so that we're able to carry through the dreams and the hopes that have been expressed today. So Florence will divide us in groups.
Thank you. So we're going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, so that we will be about 6 people in 6 or 8. Yeah, we can start. 1. One. Who said 1? Okay. The lady in this, 2. 4. You're 4. 1. Anyone without a group, you're a team lead. Anyone without a group? Okay. So Jamila has your emails and she has shared some documents. So if you can check your emails, you have 1, the act, 2, the regulations, 3, the memo template, 4, the international principles. Okay? So in your groups, I'll require a secretary and a chair to steer the meeting. The secretary, please have a laptop. I see there are many laptops in the room. So instead of doing your work assignments, we will be doing our whatever assignments. Attached to those groups, okay, let me finish with the physical, then I go to the online. I almost forgot. There are people online. Okay, so team 1, group 1, hands up so that we know ourselves. Group 1. You've seen each other. Now you see that lady. Excuse. Helen. Helen is going to be the moderator. You'll choose a chair, a secretary, but she will ensure that the memo is done. Sawa sawa. And you help them go through the presentation. Okay. Then group 2. Are you only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? You should be 6. Okay. So that's group 2, and Gladys will sit with you as you choose your secretary and the person to steer the meeting. Group 3. Please put up your hands. Group 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, this one's a full house. Now, group 3, you will choose your secretary, but Carol will be there to help you through the discussion. Group 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Mmepotelea wapi? Your group? Your group 2. Group 4 members, please put up your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Were you, Helen, were you group, or you were group 1? Okay. I'll be joining group 4. Do we have any other rooms, or we are using this room only? We're using this one. Okay, so you'll find the different tables. Please ensure that you have a machine. I will share the PowerPoint presentation. You have like the 4 documents, so you have quite a number of documents to go through. The PowerPoint is just to guide you. Okay? Then the online team will be group 5. There are many. The ones online.
So they are in groups, there are 41. So
Mhm.
the groups are 7, another one 7, another one 8, 6, and 7.
Oh.
Yeah. You can't have one group.
So there are 5 groups.
Yeah, there are 5 groups. They break out.
Okay, now the online team, you've been put into 5 groups of about 7 and 8 members. So the online group 1 will have your own presentation, online group 2, online group 3. You will each be discussing different items, but it is the same as what the guys who are physically discussing will discuss, isn't it? Yeah. Help them choose. The online team, you need to choose a secretary and a chair. Yeah. You will be supported by our communication team here. Okay? So thank you. Okay, so with that, you want to take tea before you go to your groups? Yeah, you can pick your tea and sit in your groups. So I'm advised, let us have a 10 minutes break for tea and convene in our groups at 10:15. That's okay? and break into a session. Karibu, Florence. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. So my name is Beryl Adhiambo Oko. I'm the rapporteur, and just to bring up to speed the new people who are here today. Yesterday we had more presentations just to introduce us to the Public Benefit Organizations Act and the regulations. And in the morning, Florence Yevo, from the executive director from SDGs Kenya Forum, she emphasized the importance of collaboration, stating that we have to work together for this to be successful. And she also highlighted the role of civil societies in advancing equity, transparency, and public good. And then later on, we had Faith Ngige from the national coordinator of the Kenya Platform for Climate Governance, and she emphasized the transformative power of unity within the civil society, drawing collaborative milestones, the importance of co-creating inclusive, community-responsive regulations that breathe life into the PBO Act. And then we had a keynote address from Dr. Laxmana Peter Kipto, who was the Director General of the Public PBORA, which is the Public Benefit Organizations Regulatory Authority. That's a mouthful. PBORA is so mouthful. It set the tone for the he set the tone for the review, highlighted the need for an enabling legal framework to support the CSO's legitimacy and effectiveness. And then on to the major presentation of yesterday, we had Faith Kisinga, who's a legal consultant, my fellow advocate of the High Court, a legal consultant, and she took us through the historical context of the PBO Act, the key provisions of the Act, the need for clarity, and also she mentioned the 6 principles for the Act that I think have also been mentioned here. And also there was the she also gave us global best practices, and she gave us examples from India and South Africa in relation. And then we had our tax expert later on at the end of the day. And also, there's still some loopholes in the tax sector of the PBO Act. It's not very... It has not emphasized a lot of the tax areas, and those are some of the loopholes that we're trying to look at into today's session. And also yesterday our session was moderated by the very able Carol Agengo. I'm sorry if I massacre your name. Yeah, so she's also a moderator for today, and that's basically it. So we didn't miss a lot, but we missed much. And so we hope today we'll continue to do a better, fruitful conversations. Thank you.
Let's appreciate Beryl. Simekunywa chai ni nini? And I think she's walking around with her phone. Beryl, were you typing those notes on that phone? What were you doing? She's come with a phone. I'm a bit traumatized. Paul, you need to give me briefing as a fellow Gen Z. Okay, so let's go into our groups so that we start. We've got a lot of work, a lot of ground to cover. We've been given directions. So just indicate, group 1, where are you meeting? Group 1, someone raise your hand. You heard what Millie Odhiambo said, telok mingato, telikao. Group 1, leadership is not given, it is taken. Okay. Group 1 is there. Group 2, Group 3. We want them to take leadership. Group 3 is there. Group 4. Okay. So Group 1 is with where Arnold is sitting. He's taking that leadership. Group 2 has indicated here. Group 3 is there, and Group 4 is here. So let us move to our groups, please.
Okay, meanwhile, as we wait for confirmation, I just want to see from the groups. I know you're done. Gen Z group? Ah, Gen Z, you're done. You know you had two sections to deal with. You are done. Okay. Group 3? Group 2? You want 5 minutes? 10. Now you're adding more. And at the oldies. Boomers, baby boomers. Where are we? How much time do you need? 10 minutes. So for those of you who are online, because I know the 2 teams online have completed their assignment, I suggest you look at the content of the memo from the top, because we were only filling the section on the table, but we just want to look at the whole content and see if there's something we can add. That is also for that group, yeah? So that you have something. 10 minutes means it's 2:10, according to my watch. Can we come back at 2:40? No, that's too much. 2:20. 2:20. Yeah, if I give you more time, I know that group can do until tomorrow. That one. Nawale. So let us reconvene at 2:20. Is that okay? For the guys online, please look at the template, and you can submit the presentation to Jamila. All of you, when you're done, you submit your presentation to Jamila. Thank you. Your time starts now. Hello. I think you have surpassed my time. Our online wako. The guys online, can you hear us?
Yes, we can.
Oh, great. So do you have your presentations ready? Because we would want to start with you. You actually were the first to finish. Was that group 1 or group 2, the one who spoke? Was it John? You have disappeared now that there is an assignment. We want to start with your presentation. Who was the secretary to the first group?
Maybe let's give them time to come in, kindly.
Oh, they are not on the platform?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So because the team wanted some, although the 5 minutes, we have taken 2 of those minutes. Are you done? Oh, so it's only them. Gen Z? The baby.
Hello.
Yes.
I have just been. I've just joined. I'm not aware of the groupings.
Okay.
Yes.
We had a session this morning where we were looking at the regulations and the act in groups, and
Yes,
those who are online were put into 2 breakaway rooms.
Okay.
So if you missed that session, then
Okay.
I think you will listen to the presentations. So
I think
Karibu,
that's
stay put, don't get out now.
It is in order.
Thank you. Okay. So let's give the team in the room, there are 2 minutes for them to finalize, and then now we can start with your group 4. We will start with group 4 who are in the room as the online guys prepare. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think you have taken a lot of our time. So can we have Group 4 presentation going up on the screen? The media team. And we have the presenter from that group come up and do the presentation for us. The flow of the presentation should be this way. What is the international principle? What is the act suggesting? What is the regulation saying? What are you suggesting? And what are the amendments? Have I thrown you off track? Okay, present your table. I don't want to, your way. You know that group, if they say their way. Okay, who is presenting for Group 4? I hope that the online guys are back. We gave you a few minutes to come back. Sijui kama mnajuana, ama mnaitana aje mrudi kwa room. Presenter number 1, please come up. And the rest of us, as they present, maybe you can, because we need your discussion on this.
Okay, I can go ahead. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm presenting Group 4, and our first point that we're dealing with was oversight of essential governance structure. And the first regulation clause that we had was 25(1), and we had an issue with the ambiguity of words. In that regulation, they had written other specified documents. Our recommendation was, let's be specific about the documents, because if it is said other specified documents, they can ask for any other documents that they want. That was our recommendation. Under the same Yes, I am. Does it look like one? Oh, that was the general one. Okay, sorry. So I think I've skipped the general point that we had, which was the first one. Under the PBO Act, it identifies PBOs as local, national, and international. But under the regulations, they're only talking about the national and the international NGOs. So our question was, where does the CSOs lies? And what kind of regulations are there in place to monitor them? And one suggestion was also just to review, for the local organization, to review the fees for registering up to around 10,000, so that they're not all capped into the national organization. Then under Regulation 28, Section 1, also there was another statement which was ambiguous, and it said any other statement. And they said every change has a cost, we said every change has a cost implication to the organization. They need to review that because there is a fee that has been put there. We need to review the cost of material changes as it's too high. And also we need for the regulation to specify which kind of changes needs to be communicated. Because we can't just communicate all the changes that we are doing it internally. That's okay? Okay. Then another point was under limitation on information requirements. And we said the PBO Act does not explicitly address information privacy limitation, creating a potential gap in protecting organizations from excessive information requests. There. Yes. Our recommendation was the Act should clearly give a provision about the privacy of information. That was one. And also we identified that sharing of personal information to the authority is infringing on people's rights and also causes invasion on their rights. Our recommendation is organizations should not share the personal data with the authority or be given the priority to choose which kind of data to be shared. Not all the data, because it had indicated telephone numbers, emails, and such. Then our next one was inspection and inquiry procedures. That is section 61. Under the Act is 63.1, regulation 27.1. Here, what came out clearly also was, part of it was the language that was used. And our recommendation was a regulation to explicitly state for any investigation to take place, a court order should be provided by the courts. Because to them, they say they can come in even without a court order. For us, was the first point of entry is to get a court order. At the same time, we had a discussion about this, a word they're using, inquiry. What does inquiry look like in this space? So they should be either the inquiry word to be deleted from that, so that whatever they want to do, either to come and do inspection or something like that, they need a court order to do that. The process is get a court order to do anything you want to do, either to investigate or also inspect and such. Have a court order in place, because from that we will be able to get ways on how they will be able to do it and the strategies that they will follow. Our last point was under reporting requirements and proportionality. Section 31, regulation 26.1 to 2. What stood out here is there is a disconnect between the Act and the regulation about the reporting deadlines. The Act says within 6 months after the financial year. The regulation says 6 months within the calendar year. So for this, we need clarity. Which one are we following? We need to be clear or streamline the two to have the same meaning and the two to guide us the same way. Thank you. Yes. The floor is up. Questions? Okay.
Any questions to this group? There's one. Oh, 2, 3. Okay. So raise your hands again. 1, 2, 3.
Are we together here? I'm wondering, you're a member of the team. You want to add or subtract?
After looking at that, Florence, you asked us briefly to look at the template for submission. So we had a couple of points there on the template that it's collecting memorandum. Number one, we realized that the notice of public participation in itself had given guidelines on how the template should look like. Those are the column. So there's the column on the clause or article on where the issue is. Then there's a column on justification, so to justify that. And we felt that we need to align our template with what is already there in the notice for public participation itself. Then also on the template, we thought that the second part of our template, which talks about CSO profile. So we thought that there is a lot of information here that might not be necessary for submission of our views on the regulation. So focus year of registration at this point is that information is too much information that they might not need. And lastly is the part that talks about general observation. A couple of things that we felt need to go in there. Drafting it was a little bit difficult and is something that you can help us with. But we thought at the general observation, it's started by recommending the PBO authority for initiating this process and for inviting stakeholders to give their views, but also strongly reinforcing the need for the spirit of self-regulation so that as they put the regulation, it becomes very clear that PBOs or the stakeholders are the ones that are at the forefront to push this, and that spirit of us self-regulating us without the authority being there with a stick or with a carrot to regulate us. It needs to be very clear as part of the general observation.
Thank you for those observations. I think one of the things you'll need to do on the template, just do track changes. Track changes on the template based on your recommendations. Okay, then.
I just want to clarify something, because I've heard you guys speaking about CSOs, and I just want to ask this question. When speaking about CSOs, I believe it's first of all regulated by another act called Community Groups Registration Act. And if we happen to put, and in the PBOs Act is a way of encouraging CSOs to be stored into PBOs. And if you want now to include CSOs in this aspect and treat it like a PBO, it will have a conflict with the law, with the Community Groups Registration Act. That is just an observation, or maybe if I am in the wrong, someone can just enlighten me on that. Yes.
Thank you, Group 4, for your submissions. I just want to raise one concern that you left some of your recommendations open, because the places you have said that the fee is too high. It's just good that give a recommendation of how much you feel. You only gave 10,000 for group for registration as a local NGO, or PBO, sorry. But the rest that you did mention about probably, you mentioned about how much to pay as per regulations for additional information, change of information and all that. So I think you must be specific so that the specificity of the recommendations will be the ones that you will use to be able to get what you want out of the regulations. So I noted the open recommendations. Can you try to give some specifications about what you want? Yeah.
Thank you, Mkenya. Maybe before we continue with the questions, we had also a group online which looked at group 4. So can we hear from Daisy? Daisy, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
You can. Could you speak a little louder? I think your voice came out very light. Maybe we can give you time to give your presentation, and then the questions will follow. Thank you. Daisy.
Thank you. Our responsibility was to look at Section 23 of the PBO Act and also the regulations 21 to 22. And the operating principle, international principle, was guided with organizations may establish higher standards through voluntary self-regulation and form umbrella groups. From what we discussed as a group, I'll be presenting on clause 4, which is comments. Our first issue with regards to the regulations 21 to 22 and marrying it with the act, our first concern was on the issue of limiting self-regulation to at least 10 groups, and the groups must be carrying out related activities. Our recommendation or proposed amendments is that we should classify the organizations geographically and at least reduce the number to a minimum of 5, and also classify the organizations as to whether they are national or international while forming the forum. Number 2, on Regulation 22, is that there was no avenue provided for the review or appeal to the tribunal in case where there was a rejection once the members had applied to be grouped into the fora. Our recommendation was that there should be an inclusion of a review mechanism or appeal for members to self-regulate. Our third suggestion and concern on Regulation 22 was with regards to the issue of the fees paid by the fora, which was prescribed as 20,000 shillings. Our recommendation was that we should have the amount reduced to at least 10,000 shillings, noting that from the fees schedule provided, the registration of itself for the PBOs is 20,000, the reservation of names is 2,000, the extension of the names for registration is 2,000, and also the bestowment is 20,000. So then having at least an amount of 10,000 is reasonable, and also fair and commensurate with regards to the registration of other businesses like companies and sole businesses and proprietorships that are registered under the Registrar of Businesses. The fourth point is that on Regulation 22, it is a requirement to provide minutes with regards to the agreement to form the forum. We felt that we should at least be provided an opportunity to provide an extract of the minutes and not the whole minutes in entirety, because there might be some information that should not be relayed out to the public, and a provision of the extract of the minutes would be sufficient for the regulatory authority to be provided with information with regards to the registration. Our last points on the Regulation 22 again was on the provision of the particulars of the duty bearers. We recommend that this be removed since it's a repetition, and once the organizations have provided the registration certificate, all the details with regards to the duty bearers and issues of governance are covered. Thank you.
Thank you, Daisy. And based on the fact that you started a bit late, I think you've done a very good job. But that whatever you have handled was handled by another group. Which one? Which group was handling self-regulation in the room? Mumepotea wale group 2, those who are still discussing. No, not you, the other one. Were you the ones handling self-regulation? Okay. You're not sure? Were you handling self-regulation? The provisions on self-regulation? No? Organizational existence. Does it include self-regulation? Okay. We will see what you have, but let's finish with the questions na tutawapata tu hapa so that we respond to Daisy's presentation alongside the one in the room. Okay. So there was another hand somewhere responding to that group's presentation. Is there any comment on that group's presentation? As I come to Caro, I think, Caro, you had a comment, but one of the things that you did not do, you need to provide the provision in the Act and then the provision in the regulation. In the first section of your presentation, you did not put the Act. There is no provision in, those are totally, they're in the regulation and they're not in the Act. So if there was no provision in the Act, in your submission, you should clearly state that this provision is not in the Act, but it is in the regulation. Yeah, so how are we aligning? Because it needs to align. Okay, you had some comments there?
I think it's in line with what you just said. In the first part of the presentation, the particular provisions of the regulation were not indicated. So you were talking about section 25(1), but it's a very long section, so you need to put the specific regulation that you're responding to. I think that was one. Then the other one was also, I think it was noted where you are making a recommendation on the cost, you need to indicate, recommend a certain amount. But the other recommendations you've made, I think, are clear in terms of where they sit and what they respond to. You mentioned that you looked at all the forms, unless I got that wrong, but you needed to have looked at the forms that relate to the specific provisions you're looking at, and if there was a gap in terms of the forms on the how to apply for certain to actualize certain provisions, maybe make recommendations on what should be done on the how.
Did you get that? You remember I said that when you look at the guidelines, there is the schedule. The schedule gives the forms. So if there is a form that you think needs to be reviewed, then you need to take note of that. But in documenting our memo properly, you notice that the regulation has parts, part 1 to 10. Clearly state that the part you're making reference to, if it is part 1, section 1, A or B of it, make sure you note all that, so that whoever is looking at the document does not throw out your submission based on the fact that you're not clear. So in terms of clarity on what you're making reference to, I think that group needs to work on that. Okay? Okay. Any other comments for that group? Thank you. I'm still looking for those who are dealing with self-regulation. I really thought it was that group. Minimum state oversight. Okay. Okay, so let us have the second group that is online. Do you have your presentation ready? Daisy's group was, I think, group 1 or group 2. Helen, the other group? Group 1, yeah. Are they ready? it would also be good to project their presentation, even if they're presenting. Who is going to help us with the presentation in group 1? Online.
I'm actually on the move. I need a few minutes to settle down, so perhaps the physical group could continue to settle down.
Oh, I see it had, please put it back. Yes, there is that your presentation? Maybe you can move up a little until the table. Yes.
No, probably the physical, the one that is attending physically.
Oh, you're in transit?
Yes.
Okay, so we can have the second group from the physical, then you can come in later. Bring down the presentation. Where is your presentation? Oh, you're in the end. Oh, that is for this group. For this group. Okay. So just put it back up as...
This is group 1, Gen Zs. Our Gen Z, we have a varied age until 50 years old. So we were dealing with principle 1, protecting formal and informal organizations. And one of the things that we saw in section 5.1 of the PBO Act, the definition, how they define the PBO Act. So for us, we agree with the definition. However, in Schedule 6, they have listed all the public, what constitutes public benefit activities. And so we saw that since this act was actually made in 2013, it's 10 years, and there's some things that have progressed. One of the things was we are proposing to add the term technology and climate action in Schedule 6. So those were missing in what was being defined as public benefit activities. Let's see. Then the next one, voluntary registration principle, that's in Section 7 of the PBO Act and Part 3, Regulation 7 of the Draft Regulation Act. For us, we agree with the statement. However, we propose so we were having a conversation as to what constitutes local and national PBOs, because there could be a confusion there, right? And so in Part 3, Section 7 and 8, 1, we propose, we are proposing for it to read local and national PBOs. However, that we decided to rectify that and say in the interpretation, Section 2 of the PBO Act, let's just define local and national PBOs to mean one and the same thing, and then now international organizations to remain international. Now, when it came to the part of the proposed prescribed fee in the first schedule of the regulations, for us, as you can see, go down. As you can see, for us, where you see the numbers, that's our proposition, what we are proposing. We proposed in the application for name search and reservation, 2,000 is too much. We are proposing 500 shillings. And our debate was between 200 to 500, but tumesema 500 is good enough from 2,000. Application for extension of a proposed name, again, 2,000 was too much, so we are proposing it to be 1,000. In the application for registration as a national public benefit organization, we are proposing 10,000 from 20,000. Application for bestowment of public status, why would you give us 22,000 to bestow status? First of all, you have inconvenienced us as a PBOs by coming up with this act, and you want us to give you 22,000? No, we want to give you 12,000. Down from 22, and then application for recognition of a forum and a federation. There was an amount there, I think 20,000, so we are proposing 10,000. Application for registration as an international benefit, I think it said something around 40,000. Even now, any organization that is under the old regime of the NGO, it's not that much, so we are proposing 30,000. Application for exemption from registration as an international public benefit organization, it was written, I think, 75,000. We're proposing 50 so that, international organizations, they don't run to other countries. They stay here. They don't go to countries that are cheaper. So we're proposing 50,000. Notification of material changes was too high. 15,000 is too high, especially if you want to do just minimal changes. 15,000 is too much. We're proposing 500 per notification because it's the same even in any company. When you're doing company changes, 50 for convenience fee, but we are not giving them convenience fees. So from 15,000, we're proposing 500 per notification. And then filing annual returns, we're proposing 2,000. In the part of streamlining, go down. In the part of streamlining the registration process under Section 8.2 and 9.1 of the Act, in tandem, as read with the draft regulation part 3, rule regulation 8.1 and 8.2, it has stated the form. So we looked at the form, and there was an added requirements where they needed the level of education and professional occupation of, I think, the directors, the PO box, and so we proposed to remove the level of education and profession because that is the work of KRA. If already we have given you the PIN number, why do you want to know the level of profession? Again, they also say that PO box is really outdated because many people work from home now, and people just don't use PO boxes anymore, right? And then, as well as that, I've forgotten her name, sorry. Florence said that let's be more pro-technology. And there has been successful people who have run successful businesses and have never stepped in a class and they don't have education. So for you to want to, for the Act to want to know the level, for PBORA to want to know the level of education and profession, it's unwarranted. So we propose the removal of that in Form 1. In the area of bestowing public benefit organization status, that's PBO, that's Section 7 of the Act, as read with Regulation 9 of the draft. I think I've said refer to the above because they spoke the same language, and it's just also answering what streamlining talks about. When it comes to registration of international benefit organizations, that's Section 11.4 read with 11.2c of the regulations. Generally, we agree with that. However, there has been specifications where you need to tick the nature of activity in Form 5 for international organizations. You need to tick the activity, or the public benefit activity that you're going to do. And again, it omitted progressive things that we're doing now, including technology and climate action. So there's a proposal in Form 5 or all the other forms, Form 1, 3, 5, 7, which has all this, which has those definitions to include technology and climate action. Also in Form 5, where they say the particulars of directors and officials, we propose to add country of birth and also if you're a holder of citizenship from another country, dual citizenship. So other than country of residence, we also add country of birth from where the international director is from, and also tell us if you hold other citizenship, so that if you run away, we can do picky pocky and see where we'll get you in which country. When it comes to grounds for denial of registration under Section 16 of the Act and Regulation 5, in Regulation 5C, we saw that the functions of the authority, right? And it gave the authority relevant power to what it said, as I paraphrase, is that the authority in its own opinion can deny you registration in their own opinion. So and then one of our members said, they can deny you PBO status because the name is the same name as their ex, so they just don't want to give you that status. So opinion varies, right? So we propose to delete Regulation 5, subsection C of the draft regulations, and also in the spirit of progressive and embracing technology, they say when they deny you the grounds, they give you a written notice. However, we want to do away with a lot of paperwork, and so if it's an online system and you're applying online, let the communication let the notice be online as well. The last thing that we talked about was the regulatory authority. But I also want to mention one thing, and we were heavy on this. The PBORA, the authority, is going to take a lot of our money. And so the thing that we want is PBORA to have an accountability system to show us how they're spending these funds, because that is also missing in the regulations. So we want an accountability system for them to tell us where is all this money going and how is it being spent. The last thing that we talked about was regulatory authority. This is provided in the Act under Section 11.4. However, in the regulations, it is missing. There is no provision for regulating the authority. So we propose the regulation to state the, I've zoomed out, the draft regulation to state how, probably to just have a provision for the regulatory authority that is missing in the regulations, the draft regulation. And also, the last thing was for the Act to provide a relation with, to provide a framework or a mechanism that will help PBOs in relation with other legal frameworks, for example, the tax exemption that was talked about. And so if there could be a provision for that relation in the regulation, that will also be very helpful. Yes. And the last thing, one of the last improvement or recommendation is just the way PBOs are working in different counties. So if there could be PBORA offices and branches also in different counties to help and to support PBOs in that sector. So yes, that was us.
Thank you. That was them. It is only a Gen Z who can say on stage, I've zoned out. Did you hear that? She zoned out on stage. Thank you so much, Gen Z. Any reactions to that presentation? Ama wamefanya kazi mzuri sana. I like the way you're forcing the appreciation out of us. But one thing... Okay, let us appreciate the Gen Z. I loved the flow. I'm not struggling with which section, which part, which... The flow was quite good, and I think the other groups need to emulate that. State clearly... Oops. Umetoka shule juzi. That is why you can remember. Yeah, so the flow is good. You can connect the act to the regulation, and their recommendations were spot on. Yeah, so I think they have done a good job, but because of my age, there are some things I've forgotten in terms of my comments to your... If I remember, I will come back to you. Now, mtanisamea. Is there any other comment on that group? Yes, I remembered one before I forget, because I am the forgetting one. Kindly, they have not wasted our time by bringing this. Don't feel like it is them. It is us. This is our law. We are the ones who developed it. History is very important. Musikie hiyo. When the new constitution came into place, now that most of us were part of the drafting of the new constitution, the CSOs found an opportunity to legislate, which was not in the old law. And this is actually the first law that was developed and presented as a private member's bill in Parliament. So they wasted our 13 years? 13 years to bring it to be operationalized, but the law is not a waste of time. It is our law. So, musifikirie ni serikali, she mentioned. So I thought I needed to tell you that, just in case you go for public participation and say you have wasted our time. Oh, that's your preamble. I'm sorry. Any other comments? There was a hand.
Thank you very much. I just have to commend the group for doing a very good work. Yeah, just a comment on the issue of financials. I think it's supposed to be captured on the Act and probably not in the regulation. Most of the regulation does not show the way they spend their money. It's always captured on the Act. And this one is oversighted by Parliament and also the Auditor General.
Yeah, thank you. That was excellent presentation. I just wanted to, they raised an issue around the public benefit activities, and they say that something like technology and climate change had not been sort of captured. So I was thinking, is there a way we can present that in a progressive way that, you know, those things that perhaps might not be specified can be implied? So, you know, the language around amongst other activities, you know, related activities, so that we expand and not necessarily having to make sure that we are listing all those activities that perhaps we would want to be defined as public benefit activities. Yeah. And then there was the point around online and the proposal that if everything is done online, then even the feedback should be online. I was just thinking, what about those organizations that do not necessarily have access to online? So can our recommendation be that provide for both online and offline notices? Thank you.
Mine is to really say the recommendation to have the branches in the counties is spot on, but do we have some support around how PBOs connect to the counties or devolution concept?
Food for thought. But I expected from you, now that you don't want PO box, you know, in my mother tongue, when you're asked where you cooked, you say PO box Kisumu. Yeah, that is where you got married. That is our PO box. Now that that is where I cooked, PO box Kisumu. But for you, I expected you to give examples of social media. What do you call them? The Twitters, the Facebook, and those handles that are becoming almost official. Yeah, even in your, as you're writing your applications, wherever, you are asked, do you have a website? Do you have, what are your social media handles? Facebook, Twitter, and put them there. Those make more sense than PO Box, isn't it? PO Box mtuachie. Any other comments? You want to comment on your presentation?
Mine isn't sabbatical. Actually, our presentation was the best. You know. I just wanted to say, even on the registration, we can keep in accessible formats. We should make the registration in accessible format. That is a way of making it less burdensome as per the international regulations.
Yeah. But I think the director talked about it, isn't it? The DG. He talked about the whole process being automated. So can we have the online group 2, group 1? Are they there?
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Are you ready to do your presentation?
Yeah, I've settled briefly to first do the presentation, and then maybe I can proceed with whatever I was doing.
Okay.
So, I am Douglas Kirohi from Nyandarua County.
Had you sent the presentation, sorry? Had you sent the presentation
No.
so that we project it for you?
No, not yet. I will do so once I settle down. Well.
Oh, okay. Then maybe you can just speak to it, but ensure that you send it to Jamila.
Okay, I will. First, maybe I would like to say hi to Evans Odipo. We once worked with him some time back. He was my senior at BSO. So, to proceed with my presentation, we started with the voluntary registration principle. That is slide 3. And we found that it was okay according to us. Then to streamlining the registration process, we agree that the addresses, the physical addresses, that is the PO box, we should be more digital. Maybe you can use the social media platform, maybe emails. Then for the fees and forms, there was that issue of substantial amount for smaller organizations. Maybe it would have been specific with the level of organization and also be very specific with the amount of money that one needs to pay. Then about the draft regulations, there's a requirement fee of 20,000 for the national organizations. I think they also didn't mention in that point of for international organizations, although I was told that it was in the first schedule where they're supposed to pay 40,000. Up to slide 5, which was about bestowing public benefit organization status, we felt it was okay. For slide 6, which was a registration of PBO of international PBOs, we felt that 3 years was too much, so it should be retained to 1 year. Proceeding to slide 7, which was about grounds for denial of registration, we felt that Okay. We felt that in addition to the international law, name search would be very helpful if provided before registration proceeds. So this will avoid maybe for an organization waiting for 60 days, then being told that the name has already been used, or it is similar to another one. Proceeding to slide 8, we felt that it would be okay if we were told on how to appeal in case you are denied the registration. Thank you.
Comments on the presentation from the online group? Yes. Hold on.
I just want to highlight some of, especially the last component that is talked about, the cancellation and the suspension and the appeal period. So since some of the organization, my brother mentioned, where is he? From Mount Kenya. You know, the appeal process, the back and forth process, those are legal issues. So the question is, do you want to allow this young public benefit organization to flourish or to die? Because majority of them, I foresee, not being able to proceed with the legal process because of the cost that comes with the legal implication. So as we look into this, I think we also need to think through this appeal process, especially for youth groups who are in Kibera, in Madare, who maybe don't even understand this particular process. How will we be able to make it simple? Or a solution to that is within the Act, and we already have the Huduma centers, is it possible also to have these particular desks to help these young organizations to comply? So the appeal process, the legal aspect, the cost of all that, I think we also need to think through as we go through this particular process.
Okay, so I hear you making a recommendation that we have Huduma, a desk, a PBO desk in Huduma centers. Okay, to help with compliance. Okay. Any other thoughts, recommendations? Online? Anybody to add on to what has been said? Okay. So if there is none, we can appreciate the group with energy. Okay. So have we got all the reports in? I stepped out for a moment. Have all the groups gone in? So group 2, you're pending. Has group 3 presented? Not yet. So group 2? Oh, you can use the microphone at the podium.
Okay. So as I wait for them to project, as we were beginning the discussion on our assignment, we felt the need to introduce or build on the general observations of the template that was shared. And I'll just read through. We want to maintain the spirit of the PBO Act. The Act was not meant to be punitive to organizations. It was meant to support organizations self-regulate. In fact, This whole process was birthed by the CSOs. Over time, through the various amendments and changes that this document has gone through, including the initial task force that conducted public participation between 2013 to 2017, and other amendments, this has had a bearing and an inclination towards this being an overly powerful watchdog. The power given to the authority needs to be checked for it to be reasonable and enabling for CSOs. Yeah, so our international principle was protecting the existence of informal and formal organizations. So our first issue that we identified was in section 61, which also makes reference to section 30, and the aligning regulation is section 31. In this, we found a lot of ambiguity in required documents required for submission when you're doing voluntary deregistration. There's mentions of words like other records, and the act is subjective and can potentially be misused in that regard. So our proposed amendment, also in that section, before I move to the amendment, there is the requirement of signatures from a chairperson of the membership organizations. And so our amendments, we want to see inclusion. We would want included the signatures to be included of the members, the 2/3 that the regulation is speaking about for voluntary deregistration for membership organizations, not just the chairperson. Someone in our group had a previous experience where the chair dissolved and that was not in agreement with the others. The authority needs to recognize relevant documents within organizations as per their constitutions, because you realize at times they are requiring for minutes, whereas some organizations, the general required documents are memos. So is that satisfactory to the authority in regards to that being satisfactory documents for submission? Next issue is section 61. There's the whole regulation, we identified there's a blanket statement of days. So when it says 6 days, what does that mean? Is it working days? Is it calendar days? So when you're given 6 days to respond and it's on a Tuesday, like you remember the times we enjoy long holidays, long weekends, and those days fall within weekends and no one is working at that time. So does that push you out? So we need that to be clear. So we need the dates mentioned in the whole document to specify if they are working days or calendar days for clarity. Then section 61 of the Act, the corresponding section in the regulations is 32, subsection 1. So this section we realized is summarized. I think the fear of that is the regulations need to be clear to effectively implement the said sections. So when it says refer to this, is it the whole section? Is it the subsection? What does that mean? So our recommendation is bring out the issues as highlighted, not a general reference. Because when you generalize references, then there is the potential of misinterpretation, so to say. Next section is section 61 in the Act. The corresponding is still section 32, subsection 2. B tunasema aje? Subsection, I don't know. The lawyers in the room. 32(2)(b). There is the establishment of the tribunal. We had a conversation on what are the safeguards to protect the tribunal from interference, because if you're thinking on issues of deregistration, then there needs to be very clear, the appeal mechanism has to be very clear, It has to be trustable, if there's that word. You need to trust the process and know that they will follow due diligence in addressing the issues that has been brought before them. Then the next issue was Section 19, subsection 3A in the Act. The corresponding is Section 16.5.1 in the regulations. We identified a clash of timelines between responding to the warning letter. We saw that was a minimum of not exceeding 15 days, right? Yeah. Then there was the appealing period. Yeah, not less than 15 days. Then there was the appealing period. The authority can hold the name of the organization within 30 days. But when you go to the review of in the Act, it gives 60 days allowance. So we are a bit confused. Does it mean within the 60 days, you're giving me 30 days to appeal, and after 30 days, you'll release my name? They're saying they'll hold the name in 30 days. But the Act provides for 60 days of that appeal. So does it mean we could be appealing for a process, and by the time our case is closed, our name is gone? So we were a bit conflicted there. So our recommendation is harmonize the timelines to ensure they are not conflicting, because our group was not understanding that part. We suggested a cap on the timelines in terms of days. And also, and I'm glad this came out from another group, we recommend provision of both digital and physical options for submissions of these documents and tracking mechanisms to follow the progress. There are some government services where you can be able to follow pending, it is in this stage, approved, so that you're able to follow the process. Lastly, Section 17, subsection 1 and 3 and 4 of the Act, corresponding to Section 18 of the regulations, there are mechanisms for freezing operations of the organizations being deregistered, and we recommend that there is clear basis for freezing and operations of the organizations. One of our group members was sharing with us an experience where for a whole year the accounts were frozen as they were trying to work around. And remember, you have timelines. You have timelines, reporting timelines to your partner. What does that mean for a PBO in terms of compliance? Mutarudisha pesa, or what happens? Yeah, so we need clear basis, timelines, and guidance when this happens and how the organizations can move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. You have a comment? Okay.
I would like to make a quick clarification. The Act talks about being given not less than 15 days to rectify or to, put in place whatever reasons they are giving you for suspension or cancellation. But the issue that we have is it doesn't give the upper limit. So you could be given even 3 years to rectify or make amends. In that period, what is happening in your organization? You're suspended, you can't do anything. So we are calling for the upper limit to be put in place, because it can be used punitively to stifle your activities. But also, you could be, because it says not less than 15 days, you could be given 16 days and be given a list of things that you need to submit, and that time would not be adequate for you to comply. The other thing, in the voluntary resolution, the regulation states that you should submit your decision to resolve voluntary using Form 20 in the second schedule of the regulation, but that form it says something different. It's what would be used by the authority to give you the notice of suspension or cancellation. Yeah, the form doesn't match the purpose. So yeah, so it's not the right form that is stated there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I have to admit my colleague here is very thorough. She might be the compliance officer in the organization. So the other one is on the bit of the Act, Section 19. When I talk about total freeze, you cannot amend the office bearers, you cannot withdraw, you cannot sell any assets, you can't do nothing. So I'm just looking at, in a scenario here, looking at, I believe the laws of Kenya are supreme, isn't it? So when you look at Chapter 4, talks about Bill of Rights, isn't it? And then Article 10, Principles of Governance and National Values. So assuming an organization is sponsoring over 2,000 students, and there is an issue that has been raised you need to supply certain documents, or it's an organization that is providing health services. It's an organization that is paying fees. So I think there's certain provision in this particular act. It should not be total freeze. There should be a certain percentage, so that you look at now what is happening with the USAID funding, especially on HIV/AIDS. So somebody can easily also take the relevant authority to court in denying access to basic fundamental rights in the process of freezing this. So I think it should not be 100% freeze. It should also be a certain percentage to allow certain critical functions to continue if it is an organization that is dealing with critical issues. Thank you.
Have you written those things down? The two submissions at the end, you've noted. Okay. I also noted that some of the things you are saying were not written. Ulikuwa unatoa kwa kichwa. And even the other group was the wrong one. Yeah, we struggled to look for, it kept moving. Yes, just ensure, but she said a lot of things which I think were not in writing. She kept explaining, everything is there. Okay. Sawa, sawa. Any other comment on this one?
Maybe, and this is to everybody. On the document, I noticed you are referring to section and the regulation, but they're not indicated. So please indicate clearly, because when we present the memorandum, we don't want them guessing what we mean. So if it's section 1, and I know it's annoying, but if it's section 11, paragraph 1, subparagraph A. So, because if you just put 11.1 and it has 6 subparagraphs, it doesn't help. So just be as specific. So please look at your notes so that for everybody, so that we're very clear. The section, the subparagraph, the section, the paragraph, the subparagraph, the clause. So even if it's 1A, 1A, small 1, put all of it in.
That's a comment for everyone. Yeah. Okay. On the total freeze. Okay.
I think he has suggested in the recommendation that it be a percentage. However, I'm trying to analyze the background based on our previous experience with the NGO board. We had ever been freezed. Now, what about if the freeze is due to criminal nature? We know what the PBO Act say. Could defining the terms of freeze be better than declaring the freeze to be in percentage? I think we had also a related question around it. And yesterday, I think. Also, we had other laws or bills that are coming, like an anti-money laundering bill that is more tough and has stringent measures around freeze, even if you look at the international conventions. Thank you.
So the freeze needs to be unpacked, isn't it? Let it not just be a freeze. What does it mean? What kind constitutes a freeze? Any other comment for this group? Online, do you have any comments for us? Are we still there? Okay. So are we good? You have comments? Oh, hamjaguza.
I'm just asking to know, could it be looked under suspension or cancellation of the certificates, yeah? The freeze, which is in 19. Say, this is section 19, or how do we read this one? The Act. The Act. Yes, because the Act and then the regulation also talks something about it in 32. Just trying to figure out, could it be that it's captured under there in terms of what needs to happen before you are told to close shop?
I think generally there's some things that are appearing in different sections, in different forms. Yeah? So harmonizing those sections for our understanding would also be good. Yeah. Yes.
Like for instance, this one is the Act, right? Section 61 of the Act, Part 1, Part A, just to retaliate what she mentioned, in the bit of now where do you want to dissolve membership from the PBO, it says, in the case of a membership organization, a resolution by vote of at least 2/3 of the members of the organization signed by the chairperson governing body of the organization, or in the case of a non-membership organization, voluntary decision made by its governing body in accordance with the public benefit organization constitution. So what if the body is the one that is having a problem and the beneficiaries or the members are okay? So I'm looking at here, we've given powers, so much powers to the governing body. These are 4 people, they are the board members, they are the most corrupt, and they go to a cocoon and they say, let's close this organization without giving the members the opportunity to also voice their concerns. So I believe when you're looking at the signing of this particular document, when you talk about the 2/3 in the Act Section 1, it needs to be the chair and also the members. So in a case now the chair is the problem, who will sign? There is no room. The PBO is waiting for, how many notice are we given to resolve this issue? So if, I think we need to put there, it's not only the board chair who signs, it's also the members of the board and also the beneficiaries of that particular organization, so that we can be able to see the tyranny of numbers of who wants to proceed and who wants to terminate the process.
Naona mnapatia tribunal kazi kabla ianze. I think those are some of the issues that may be pushed to the tribunal. We have always assumed that the cases taken to the tribunal will be between us and government. Hata sisi wenyewe.
Yeah, thank you. And perhaps I would like to concur and bring an injunction also to what he's just said. It's part of what we are discussing. When you look at the implied meaning of public benefits, it's maybe services or all initiatives that are geared towards the well-being of individuals or communities or population. So an organization is just an entity that is supposed to support and drive that initiative. So when you entrust or bestow a lot of powers in the hands of a few individuals, for instance, in this case, a board, a governing body, and give them the powers to terminate or end services or interests of the majority. In this case, let's look at the critical life-saving services like food program, HIV medicine, supply and distribution, water services, and then you put powers in the hands of 4 people to dissolve and discontinue services. So how does the Public Benefits Act come into play to protect the interest of the people who are relying and depending on the services? And the organization is just a channel. So can we have a situation whereby the regulation can be made, or the authority can be given powers to have other people who can come into play? We call them an interim management committee. In private sector, we call them what? Merger, when you have like mergers or those kind of initiatives, such that the public benefits can continue regardless of the conflict or dissonance that is happening within the management, especially for where we are having boards or directors determining and making decisions.
We don't call them mergers, we call them receivership. You put under.
Okay, receivership. But I'm just wondering, there are some things that are viable when it comes to a network because it has members. But if it's an organization, the way it is registered, what the constitution say, we may not have control if the organization falls today. But if it is a membership organization, I think the community, the other members have a say. Yeah, so that the leadership does not run away with this. Huh?
So, maybe this is my look at it. The 4 people would not just come from nowhere to make decisions. If it is a membership kind of an organization, there must be a structure within the constitution which gives the 4 the mandate. But before they come to that kind of a decision, to make that decision, already there's a process. This is my feeling about it. And like you're saying, getting into the organization politics, because it also talks about, in line with the constitution of, let me use the term that we are used to, the NGO, but it's public benefits. So it's still just the same thing. There's that structure which is there. And I think that is the reason why it's also talking about the 2/3. Yeah? Who are these people that would come and reach 2/3? So once they've reached there, what is the other authority that these 4 that have been given the mandate by all these other people have not to say as per the way the 2/3 have said? Because then it means that could also be a ground. After those ones have signed that, they are refusing. It could also be a ground even to get them off the office because they are not representing the interest of the people that have sent them. But if now it's about, you see, this is where we are talking about the autonomy. Now, if we want to have now the authority come into that nitty-gritty, then now again we lose the autonomy as the organizations to run our business and do things the way we want. That is my look at it.
Please don't forget why we want to self-regulate. Be very careful. Wanaingizanga mguu moja ingine na wanaingia kabisa. Aye. But I want you to put up your presentation because it looks like you are commenting na mja present. Please, please put up whoever is presenting from your group because we are past home time. Please speak from the podium.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say the point he has made around the chairperson has to sign off on the decision of the 2/3 members. I think that has to be relooked. Because, yeah, yeah, they should allow, because once a majority of us, the 2/3 have made the decision that we want to dissolve whatever, and the chairperson has not made that decision or has not endorsed, it will be difficult for him or her to sign on that decision.
The bottom line is the way we operate in our organizations, isn't it? You need to relook at your constitution kabla mpeleke nani PBORA, because hiyo ndio PBORA itatumia kama nini, kama Biblia. It is like kujieka tanzi kwa shingo. So don't come back and say it's not their problem. It is your problem. What does your constitution say? Let's allow her to do her presentation.
Okay. What was our group name? Group 3. Okay, I'll be representing on behalf of the boomers. Our subject for discussion was voluntary termination, first, right? Then involuntary termination, second, if I stand to be corrected. I'll be presenting with the guidance of my team, so if they interject, accept that. So the first one, we looked at section 61, part 1, that is the terminologies which have been used, in this case, voluntary deregistration, dissolution, and winding up. When you look at equivalent of the regulation, that is Act 31, Part 1. The terminology used there is voluntary dissolution of an organization. The disconnect where the issue of concern is there's a mismatch in terminologies where the Act makes references to deregistration, dissolution, and winding up. However, the regulation does not incorporate the term winding up and deregistration, but instead makes a mention of voluntary dissolution of an organization. So there's a level of ambiguity at that particular point, and that mismatch can be misinterpreted or applied differently, considering that when you look at organization according to the Act, there are different conditions under which organization can be winding up, maybe donor funding, or they have accomplished their missions and goals. When you look at dissolutions, there are many other conditions that can determine the dissolution of an organization, and also the circumstances under which the registration can also happen. So for that matter, we proposed an amendment whereby there needs to be a harmony within the terminologies that have been used between section 61 of the Act and 31 of the regulation, and harmoniously incorporate the term deregistration, dissolution, and winding up in the regulation. The second consideration we put was under section 61, 1A, 2. In the Act, the period within which has been specified that should be provided during voluntary termination is 2 months from the date of the resolution. The regulation, however, states that the schedule should be given at least within 14 days of making a decision to dissolve. While they might be meaning the same thing, it can also be implied differently depending on who is interpreting that duration. So we thought to avoid misalignment or miscommunication or misrepresentation of facts, we would have the regulation adopting the term 2 months from the date of resolution for harmony and equal application of the two legal documents. Section 61, 1A, provision for voluntary dissolution for members and non-members. That is the terminology that has been picked, whereby the Act provides how an organization that is formed on the grounds of membership, and also organizations that are formed on grounds of non-membership. When you look at the regulation, on the other hand, it only provides grounds for voluntary dissolution for organization formed on the basis of membership. It has omitted providing guidance for voluntary dissolution for organizations formed on non-member PBOs in this case. So that omission means that the regulation has failed to provide appropriate regulatory framework for non-member PBOs, unlike the Act, which has spelled out the differences between membership organization and non-membership PBO organizations. So we recommend the regulation to consider revising to include dissolution guidelines for non-member organizations, just like the Act has done in 61(1)(a). Then next, we have Act 31(4) for the regulation, and the contention here is spelling out the, don't edit, please. Yeah, please don't edit. So the terminologies between Act 61 and the regulatory framework 31(4), the term only that has been used there is dissolution only that has been used in the regulation, unlike the Act, which has applied the term dissolution, deregistration, and winding up. So because the circumstances and the conditions are different, the recommendation is that we remain the same, we apply the same terms across between the Act and the regulation so that there's harmony and to minimize ambiguity in the application, and also to incorporate other conditions or factors that could determine the voluntary dissolution of an organization between when you're using the regulation. Then under the Act, there's a mention of schedules from 20, which is also acknowledged in the regulation, that is section 19(1). We noted that the schedule that is provided, that is supposed to be in reference under the regulatory framework Act 19, I mean the Act 19 Part 1, the form that is applied there talks about cancellation, where the powers and authority has been vested in an authority that is initiating the dissolution. Yet we need a form that spells out or that provides guidance for organizations that voluntarily decides to dissolve, to wind up, or terminate or deregister themselves. So we are missing a form that allows for voluntary dissolution, termination, or winding up of an organization. The reference form that is provided there under Schedule Form 20 is in reference to a different section where the authority is in the powers of bestowed in the authority of the power of the PBO authority to terminate an existing PBO. And then under Section 19 of the Act, the term certificate is the one that has been acknowledged. When you look at the regulation equivalent, that is 16, Part 1, the term permit has been introduced. In this case, we are looking at involuntary termination. So we recommend, while essentially the permit has been used across in other sections of the Act, recommend that the regulation document to be able to operationalize the term permit so that it's aligned to the Act, and in that regard, they can actually mention that in this case, the term permit and certificate are used interchangeably, and that means they can be used to imply the one and the same thing, because we can't change the Act, but the Act did not mention the permit. So in that regard, we'll be looking at where it should be specified that there are under circumstances whereby the permit and the certificate in terms of terminology can be used to imply one and the same thing. So a language has to be mentioned overtly. Then we have clear grounds and procedures under the Act. That one is missing something under regulations. So I'd skip that. Unless somebody has mentioned from our team on that regard. Clear grounds and procedures. It's not indicated. Joy, where was it? Sorry? It's not highlighted here. Yeah, it's an independent point. I'll skip that as the team cross-checks. On section 18.4, on procedures for suspension or cancellation, that is Act 18.4. The regulation equivalent is 18, cancellation upon suspension. The concern here is there's an omission. The certificate of a PBO has been suspended under Regulation 18. The PBO shall not. That is the omission, the statement. So the recommendation here is we are meant to read, the certificate of a PBO has been suspended under Section 18. The PBO shall not, sorry?
Yeah, you're right. We, instead of writing Regulation 18, it's supposed to be Section 18. Because it's a serious coincidence, not a serious, but it's a serious coincidence that the section and the regulation share the same story. That's, it's something that is the lawyers should tell us. It's
Thank you. So the next one, please just check out, just in case I'm miscommunicating any issues here. Section 19, Part 1. We did comparatively with the regulation that is 16.1 and 16.2. And the concern here, we found it aligns with both the regulations and international principle for enabling civil society organizations. So the group felt that this aligns and both with the international standards, and that means there was no meaningful or maybe significant change that needs to be noted in that area. I believe so, team. Section 19. In this case, the issue there, we are looking at Section 19 of the Act and 32 of the regulation, and the contention here is the power given to the PBO regulatory body. And the amendment, the recommendation is the Act and the regulation must maintain an enabling environment for civil society organization. The Principle 5, international one, states that there should be very minimal state oversight when it comes to civil society organizations or the PBO Act. Do you want to interject?
Yeah, we were informed that we can suspend that one for a deeper discussion because in the issue of the registration, it's a thorny matter. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Any other comment? Because I think I'm done with what I have here.
The chair is reminding me that in the issue of certificate of registration, it's not supposed to be used interchangeably, but they should add stroke or permits. So the
where now? Because the Act cannot change. The Act is the one that has overtly stated certificate. Yeah. Regulation has introduced permit. So the amendments can only happen in the regulation. So the only amendment that can happen in the regulation is giving a meaning whereby the certificate and the permit have more or less the same understanding in terms of their meaning.
You are right.
But the fact that they start 61, where you talk about 61A of the Act. Go, is it up or down? Yeah, that one. Yeah, there, 61A, which is reflected in 31.4. 31.4 talks about, in accordance with the constitution of the public benefit organization. It doesn't talk about PBO Act, it's the constitution of the organization, not of the PBO Act. The PBO Act does not have a constitution, so you cannot amend it to read PBO Authority Act, because there is also no PBO Authority Act. So you need to correct that. I think Article 34 is okay because it refers to the constitution of an organization. And then when you talk about an enabling environment, towards the end, your presentation was a bit confusing because I'm not able to attribute your comments to the Act or the regulation. So you need to also spell that out clearly. And if you're making, you're talking about it should have an enabling, speak about an enabling environment, what do you recommend therefore? So just write what your recommendation is. Those are the things I picked up. So the first, these two rows, 61.1A2, 61.1A, and 31.4A, looks like a repetition, but I think they should be expunged because there is no constitution of the PBO Act.
And of course, you've said the last one. We need also to say, like we've said, the last one that you're saying, which is confusing, we did not have a lot of conversation around it because we thought it's about self-governance. And because it's about self-governance, and we need to really look deeply into it because that is what also gives a strength to the CSO, the CBOs that are there, the organizations. So we did not look much more into it now, but we agree that we are going to go back and look keenly in it so that we can now come up with a very clear way forward in terms of our recommendation.
Yeah, I think I requested that was the part on self-regulation. Eh? Yes, but you notice there was an online team that has handled it. Eh? Yeah, but you still need to look at it. For me, we need to look at self-regulation vis-a-vis regulation. Let the self-regulation come out very strongly, and we need to be clear about what we mean by self-regulation. Any other comments about that group? Yeah, thanks, Caro. I think you've put my thoughts into perspective. Let's avoid using blanket words. Like when you say an enabling environment, that is loaded. What does it mean when we do not have an enabling environment? Wamefanya nini? Wametukandamiza aje? Tell us what it is. And the group is discussing as we are discussing them. So, and your presentation, my struggle with your presentation was one. You need to state clearly what the act is. Now, you need to know the part of the act, the section, all those put clearly. Then now when it comes to the regulation, which regulation aligns with that act? Then give us your comment. So you have a lot of rewriting to do, and you can learn from some of the presentations that we've had in the room. It gives value if you just write it. Yeah, just write what it states, even if you don't finish the whole sentence. We know that this is the section you are referring to, and this is the section in the regulation, and this is our recommendation. So that it helps those of us who are putting together the memo to have clear thoughts. Any other comment? Yes, Mkenya.
Thank you, Flores. I just want to weigh in on one thing about what the group has presented regarding the use of certificate which is being used in the Act and then the introduction of permit in the regulation. There must be consistency in wording especially the regulation that is making reference to the act that is, operationalizing. So, other than the group recommending that the words to be used interchangeably, let's just recommend that the word permit as used in the regulation be replaced with the word certificate, rather than just saying they can be used interchangeably. And if you define further the two terminologies, you find that they may mean the same thing, but deeply they may not be the same thing. So let the regulation use the word certificate as used in the act, not to allow it to be used interchangeably. That's my input. Yes? In the regulation, in the section 19 of the act, is the word certificate that has been used. But in the regulation 16(4), the word permit has been used, speaking now to section 19 of the act. So my recommendation here is that maybe my input on your recommendation is that instead of recommending that the two words be used interchangeably, just drop the word permit in regulation 16(4) and use the word certificate as used in section 19 of the act.
I'm thinking maybe there's a reason why it was introduced, but in the definition of terms. Yeah? You know, when you're defining terms, you can actually say, in the case of the PBO Act, a permit can be used in place of, when you're defining the terms. I think there's somewhere where the terms are being but we should be very clear whether we are dropping. You can't say used interchangeably.
We can do inapotea hapa hivi somewhere, but where I saw the public ilikuwa ina come out so much was where we're having international organization coming in to implement particular interventions within the country. That is where I saw the permit. Yeah, I think I saw somewhere where the international agencies or organizations are coming in the country for implementation of certain initiatives, charitable or that are in line with the public interest. That is where I saw the aspect of the permit, which I believe it's for a specific period. Yeah. So the only thing is that we're wondering where is it
what I agree with you, sir. When organizations are operating, they can get local permits. Like I have my certificate, but I can get a permit from Kanjo to do a certain initiative. So what we are suggesting that in the regulation, it will be certificate/permit. So where permit applies, both the certificate and this permit applies, it goes. Where you don't need a permit, it also goes, so that it aligns with the act.
Yeah, let's hear what Carol has to say.
Yes, I'm a retired advocate. I don't take out a practicing certificate. If you look at Article 11 of the Act, it says that an organization shall apply for a permit, a certificate to operate in Kenya. And then the distinction is made at Article 2 or Section 2, the authority shall take any of the following actions on an application made under subsection 1. Exempt the organization from registration and instead grant that organization a permit to operate in Kenya. If that organization does not intend to directly implement any activities or programs or in Kenya or operate from Kenya to implement any activities or programs in another country. So the issue of permit and certificate is made very clear. So I think then we need also to be clear in the regulations as to whether we are applying for a certificate or a permit. And so, or we are talking about dissolution and therefore the cancellation of the certificate or the permit. To avoid any ambiguity, we need to then make reference to Article 11 in the regulations, Section 11 in the regulations, so that we're talking about a certificate or, in the case of Section 11, a permit where it so applies. Something like that. See, I've sounded like Nimesoma law.
Thank you. Now you know how to put it, eh? Mumeshika. You have to make reference to that Section 11 for it to make sense. Okay. Any other inputs to this discussion? I want to close the day, a very interesting, heavy day. Sindio? Yeah. So I think with those very many remarks, I need clean documents before morning. We don't have a lot of work. Tomorrow we have public participation in Garissa. Some of us want to share these documents with them. What happens? We have timelines. Let me tell you, the government thrives on our slowness. Yeah, because if we don't present anything tomorrow, we don't present anything the next time, we are running behind time. So in your teams, before you break up, you need to come up with a strategy on how you're going to clean up those documents. I want to see one. Wacha tuongee kama watu ambao wamesoma 3 days. Sindio? Kindly ensure that you state the principle, just as they did. Ensure that you state the section, the part, sorry. If you look at the PBO regulation, the table of contents, inaonyesha part flani, inaonyesha section flani, inaonyesha clause flani. Tafadhali, ongea with chronology. There's only one group which came to make clarification. They did. Although in your presentation it didn't come out that way. They clarified. Yeah, so make sure, and then don't be mean with typing the words there, because when it's blank like it was, you know, when you're in discussion, it's okay, unafuata. Lakini kama umesimama pale na watu wanakuangalia, you forget to connect, isn't it? So clearly state this is what the Act says, this is what the regulation says, and this is our submission. There was a comment from that group, and I removed that column. Just as we were going to do the presentation, justification. We need to have a justification on why we are proposing what we are proposing. That we can work on as a team if you can't get a justification from the top of your head. So apart from that section on the justification, the template, I think, aligns. Yeah. So any other comments? So that I give you time to catch the traffic and sit down to do your homework. Leo mtoto anafanya homework na wewe unafanya homework. Wana. Wako sawa. Yes.
There was a comment a gentleman made around aligning our tools to what the public participation tool looks like. So I don't know.
Sorry, the table had a last column, justification. I think that should not worry you. The team that will put together will try to think through the justification. Kwa sababu mumefika ETC. Sindio? Thank you for that. Any other? Okay, so I want to hand over the mic back to Carol so that we close this session. But let me confess. Yesterday, as the discussions were going on, I was so scared for today. Kwa sababu leo ilikuwa leg room. Na afternoon mulilala. Mukagawa mashamba. Nikasema we are done. But kumbe nyinyi, you are those good students. Even those who are online, thank you very much. We took a bit of time just trying to start off in the groups, but they did a good job. So because of that, we want to clap for ourselves before I hand over the mic to... I avoided the claps. I thought they would waste my time. Can somebody lead us in some form of clap? Wengine wanaekanga maua, madawa.
Oh, Kalabanda. It started in Kibra when we were with the MP Ken Okoth, and Mrs. Asego is the pioneer of this club. It's not mine. So they normally say, and I know Frank also knows where it started. So he normally say, we need to appreciate the signorita and the signor. In Greek, in Luo, that is to say the lady and the man, isn't it? So we say, Kalabanda, ta, 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 ta. Omera. Kalabanda, ta, 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 ta. Wacha niwapatie motaratara, Nikisema kalabanda, unasema kalabanda, ta, 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 ta. Kalabanda, ta, 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 ta. Kalabanda, ta, 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 ta. Signor, ta, 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 ta. The lady ndiye anapewa flowers mingi. Sawa, kalabanda, ta. Kalabanda. Kalabanda. Signor. Signorita. That is a normal class, so everybody has passed the exams.
We are above average. We exceed expectations.
Yeah, there's a hand raised online. Maxwell. Maxwell, you can unmute and speak.
Good afternoon, Ama, good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, mine is just to appreciate the exercise. It's been a learning to us, especially how we are aligning our recommendation on the provided document. I've been looking through and finding why public participation is not working very well. Okay, I'm connecting from Malindi. I've realized sometimes it is fatigue when we don't document precisely. So thank you for the learning. We'll use it furthermore. Thank you.
So Maxwell, make sure your presentation get to Mombasa. We will put together a document and share with all the participants, and just make sure that zile dates, wherever there'll be a public participation exercise, make sure you give your inputs. Thank you so much, participants, for according me the pleasure of being with you the whole day, and I hand this back to Carol.
Thank you, Florence. Now we need to give Florence a clap. So, I think someone has one that is warming up. Do you want to lead us in giving Florence a clap? We can't clap for her like this after Kalabanda. Tawi. So how do we clap for Florence in a way that befits what she has done today? One that is commensurate. Now I'm only going to use big words. One that is commensurate with the expertise that she has bestowed upon us today. Who will lead us? Yes, Arnold. Take the microphone and lead us in appreciating Florence.
Good afternoon, colleagues. So I'd like to lead us into appreciating Florence for the great job that she has done today. So we'll start with the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. How many should we do? 8 is good. 9, 10, 10. When you know what you're going to do. So we start with 1. Who can hold this for me? So that I can be a gentle lady, and if you can stand. All right. Just Come here. All right. Thank you. So we are going to start with one finger. We clap 3 times. We go to 2, 3, 4, up to 10. That's fine? Huh? Oh, 5. We have to do 5. Sorry. Yeah, we start with 1. 1, 2, 3. So we have to make it 10, eh? So we start again. Muchas gracias.
De nada, de nada. Okay, so, oh dear, okay. So we've come to the end of this very interesting day. Tomorrow, we are going to close this, bring this all together, but it depends on the work that a few of us will have to do tonight. So the rapporteurs of the respective groups, including the online rapporteurs, please send in your documents so that we can try and put it all together so that by tomorrow, 9 o'clock, we can share what is coming, the consolidated recommendations and the positions that have been shared so that you have a good feel of what we're taking to the ground. We're hoping that by lunchtime, or at least by, say, 3 p.m., immediately after lunch, we can quickly send this on WhatsApp to our colleagues who will be in Garissa so that this can begin to filter into the public participation processes. So can you imagine how beautiful it would be if what we send out is heard in Garissa, then in Nyeri, then in Meru, then, because when you repeat things, they sink. That's how narratives are created. So let's create a narrative around this, only that it will be a true narrative. It won't be a false narrative. In Kenya, we like creating false narratives, but let's turn the tables a bit and create a good narrative with this, and we repeat it. Yeah, even in the Bible, when something is good, it is repeated. So we want this to be repeated so that by the time the DG comes back to Nairobi, all those staff members of his will be speaking to the things that we have spoken about. Is that something we can do? We can do it. So that's therefore my urge to the rapporteurs. Let's do this. So tomorrow we're going to start early. Let us try and be here. Today we were a bit worried because we started kind of late. If we can try and be here by 8:30 so that we have the recap. Today we had the recap on the fly. Tomorrow we'd like to have the recap early so that as we are discussing the recommendations, we'll also be remembering anything that we may have left out. We've had a very rich discussion today. So I hope that we can all try and be here early. And my promise to you is that tomorrow by 4 o'clock, Florence, I'm putting you on the spot here, we will leave and go home by 4 o'clock. I've made the promise. How Florence makes it work is up to her. So with that, we will bring the day to a close. Let us appreciate our efforts for the day. So let's give each other a hearty hand clap. I don't have many hand claps styles, but I think there's one I remember, which was you warm your hands, then manyunyu, 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 and then you see, when me I try. So have a good rest of your day. There's tea. Please have tea before you go. Get to know somebody you haven't met before, because networking will also get us to where we want to go. Thank you.